Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and we are back for day 3 of POE 2. How's everyone doing today? Every single day I feel like I am getting better and learning and practicing, and we're talking about practice today. We're talking about practice. How are you, Rubio? What's up? How's everyone doing? I've had a very busy morning. Woke up, normal morning routine, get all the kids to school, made a Grim Dawn video. Today's voting day in Idaho. Went and did my duty and voted. Then one of my kids, I had to pick them up from school early. And now it's noon, I'm starting stream. It's like a lot in the beginning of today. It's a lot. But yeah, everything's going good. He said duty. I did say that. I did say that. All right, let's see who we got here today. Who is here today? Llama, what's up? Plunder, yo. VC, hello. Jones, Battle Bunny, Mr. Ben Diesel, Big Guy, Anger, hello. Anger, I even forgot to tell you. I know you never played D4 before and you played the expansion. Maybe I've asked you already. Are you going to try POE 2 since you've never played it before? Nam, what up? Flu, yo. Heavy, Ghost, how's it going? How you doing, sir? Toxic. Shin. Hi. One Hot Ginger. Hello. Rubio, what's up? Pain. Yo, myself, hello. Practice, man, practice. He loves that name so much. Well, I'm talking about practice. I do love that name. Bamster, what's up? You've been dropping logs all day, dude. I know. Vote for your favorite potato. Bingo. Hoofprint, what's up? Patch actually looks really good. Well, every POE 1 or 2 patch looks really good, right? They are expert marketers. Trying to think, was there ever a time there was a POE 1 or POE 2 marketing campaign where the overall sentiment was this update is going to be garbage, like terrible? In recent history, last couple of years, I don't know. I can't think of one. We're going to watch the Chris Wilson interview today, right? Yes. Yes. Duh. Every D4 update except the last one. I mean, in GGG world. In GGG world, the update always is like, damn. I feel like they're doing a little more teasers and stuff like that. That interview is like 2 weeks old. Is it? Sup, man? POE 2 stream once again, huh? Well, over what? What else is there? I haven't even beat the campaign yet. I wasn't really excited for any of the patches I played on point 2. Had a bad time and couldn't get myself back, but this patch changed my mind. Now I do like what they are cooking. You forgot a Huntress build yet you like? What's up, Robert? I mean, I'm just playing Necro Witch. So ultimately what I've done is, since I don't have Spirit Walker, I've taken Ritualist, and we're just going to take a ring slot and buff our jewelry. And then I just literally, I was messing around with all the nodes in here, and I was like, this is so stupid. So I literally just bounced left and immediately took, now I'm taking all the minion nodes. I counted, basically you give up 9 passive points. Depending on how you look at it, you give up 12 to basically get to jump to over here until we see what the new passives are. What else is there? How about Blood Wraith? Blood Wraith. I already gave up on Blood Wraith. I switched back to Golem Mancer I started putting together. Blood Wraith is too clicky. Lots of clicks you gotta do. You know, very clicky. All right. Where the hell am I? Grim Dawn Subathon hype. I know, right? In a couple of weeks, we're going to know the date and have the info, or at least the trailer for Fangs of Astrakarn. That should be pretty cool, dude. That should be pretty cool. All right, where the hell are we? The temple. That's going to be fun. I bet you all the ARPG community shows up for that, truth be told. I would think. Like the Raxes, DMs, all those guys would show up for Fangs. I hope so. I hope so. I'm okay with some clicks. That build's just very clicky. By the way, GTA 6, is it going to even release this month? I have no, when is it? Do they have a date? I don't know anything about GTA 6. I just heard that's not coming to PC, so that's why I don't even look at it. I don't even own a console. GTA 6 is November. There you go, November. And that's PlayStation and Xbox. I don't even know the last time I owned a console. It's been a long time. And then it'll be November of next year we get it on PC, right? My last console was Xbox One. Aaron, was mana such an issue in other leagues of Ellie? I don't remember this struggle. No, there's been no changes to mana. I mean, obviously, like, what are you playing? Meteor or Source or something like that? How have you been? I've been good, dude. Busy. I've got one kid that is graduating elementary school, one kid graduating middle school, and one kid graduating high school. All of them are making the jump. Freaking crazy. You're cold Bladestorm. No, not really. Yeah, busy. Busy, but good busy. I am here. Just gotta make sure. I feel like with Cold Bladestorm, you can't like spam your abilities. You gotta make sure you're using them at the right time. You're dead, bro. Aaron must be sleeping better at night knowing his bazaar is back. Yes. I can finally sleep. Finally. It's been hard. I speak to her. I did. What's she doing? Rogue's big skills are always a mana issue because they are expensive. They are expensive. That is true. Did you... What? Marshy, I don't understand what you're saying. The gateway. Whoa. Look at that. All right. Oh, are you team POE and not team Diablo? Is that what you're trying to say? Ugh. Is this where I gotta fight that poison thing? I don't like that poison fight. Ugh. Team poke fun of everything. I see. Like team everything and team nothing. The size of Grim Dawn's expansion scares me. It shouldn't scare you. It's not a live service game, right? It's a game you want to play slow, enjoy it. Yeah, the Poison Spear Lady is the next boss. Everybody loves that boss, you know. Trevor, what up? Hello. Goose! How's it going? All right, when do we get the POE patch notes? The end of this week? 2 days? Thursday? '21st, nice. This isn't D4. Yeah, that's a very keen observation. True. It is true. I don't like this fight normally. Is there someone I need to click? Oh, I gotta wait for you to walk up. Hello, it is I. Hello, everyone. You got knocked out. Kill them. Kill them all. Oh my gosh, he remembered the mechanic. You know how many times this fight has died to me? You remember the time this fight has died to me? Do you know how many times I've died in this fight? Lots of times. I kind of remember it. Getting better, getting strong now. Ugh. Kind of. He's cheating. Correct. It's the best way to do it, bro. The fight has died to you lots of times. When is the trade tutorial? Trade tutorial? Let me tell you the secret to defeating that boss. Believe in yourself. That's what it's all about. Trade is technically open before Act 4, but you can't sell anything. I do like asynchronous trade. Find the source of the poison. All right. Found a door. Golden idol. Is that when trade technically opens, Act 4? Like, let's say I find an Exalt in Act 1. You can't use asynchronous trade, right? I actually have no idea. You can from level 1 if you beat the story already. Okay, let me rephrase the question. New league. First character, new league. At what point can I click on this, the market panel, and be able to transfer to somebody's hideout to get something? The start of Act 4. So you have to beat Act 3, basically. I hate that fight too. I die way too many times. Yeah, it's rough. I think you can do it regardless on the trade site. Good day, everyone. What's up, Jaime? How you doing, brother? Hello. Find a big pile of corpses. That's what I'm looking for now. Hey, Aaron. Been a while. POE 2. Getting ready for the banger of a patch. I am pumped for it. What's up, Steve? I never call a patch a banger until I play it. I'm excited to try it. I hope it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I've never played Huntress before, so I'm playing Huntress Necro. And just kind of familiarizing myself with the campaign. How are you? Imagine if LE could build this much hype. Yeah, I could not imagine that. Could not imagine that. Not imagine that. Don't forget to stab the heart at one of the sides of the next area. All right, I'll try to remember to stab the heart. If it's on the map and it has a little plus on it, I always do it. Winning! We killed the poison lady without dying, so I'm happy about that. Are you playing minions? Yeah. I'm playing Huntress Necro. Stop knocking me down. Did you watch the new punch item video? Yeah. I did. Yes, I did. Find the black chambers. Punch, punch, kick, kick. Dude, I hope they put out tons of fun stuff that has nothing to do with minions, so people go play that and not companions. A lot of people that play boss companion. I know. I know it. Don't you know it? Yeah, I want to beat the campaign and then see how companions really work in the game. Like taming companions. Stop jumping around. I found a pile of corpses. Far left side will be the altar of hearts. Anybody seen a heart anywhere? Blood sacrifice. I see it, I think. Otter, what's up, brother? It's weird. I really don't play minions in POE 2, but the streamers I watch all do. There's the heart. I'm here to sacrifice this sucker. Odd question. How do items get sold in auction houses when there is a new season? No one has played it yet. You put items for sale. Like, what do you mean? Wait, did I sacrifice it? Oh, yeah, I did. One more for my jewel socket. Watch this. Checkpoint. Wait, maybe that wasn't. Yeah, that's website trade. There you go. Not a whole lot. I need an action RPG fix. Well, we are 10 days away from POE 2. Also, within those 10 days, we're going to have the release date and trailer for the new Grim Dawn expansion. So at least we'll know when that is dropping. I'm currently done with D4. The most I've played of a D4 league. I think I put 200 hours in, which feels like a lot. No, I still haven't. Still haven't found the thing. There it is. Played about 200 hours myself. Yeah, I feel like I got a good sense of the new D4 expansion. I think do you think D3? I think Act 3 is the longest act. I think it does take a while. Teleports to, walks away from it. We haven't found it yet. Walks back. Here it is. Yeah. I don't have it memorized yet, Bamster. So I'm just kind of figuring it out. Isn't this it? Is there two? Isn't this the last spot for the end of Act 3? Yeah. We're almost there, man. Then Act 4. What do you mean Act 4? Isn't this end game after this? Next, you're going to tell me there's something after Act 4. Yeah, you gotta kill Diablo. I know, I always forget about that. Kill Diablo in the interludes. The interludes. I'm gonna use Aaron as like an angry audio book while driving. Excellent. Well, now I can't get angry. Now I'm going to be nice, cool, calm, and collected. You're going to have a nice, relaxing audiobook experience. But don't fall asleep either, okay? Don't fall asleep. First time playing minions and LEs, so that was awesome. Did you ever redo your LE Fire Aura build? No. Right, just fire Rune Master. I was hoping we'd get some kind of something for Disintegrate. Who the hell are you? I gotta deal with this guy. Look at him. Like fighting the Elder Gaspar. That doesn't look good. Look, look. Now look what I got to deal with. Look at him. He's Iron Man. All right, Hulkbuster. Look at him. 'Cause I'm shiny. Ow. Oh, very nice. Ow. In the... Get out of here. Stupid shiny crab. Do you have a problem? You did it! That laser tends to one shot. Well done. Why, thank you. Now what? Oh, look, look. Now he's flying around. He is Iron Man. Look, they're still shooting him. No, brother. This is my pro streamer. Duh. Having 15 POE 2 alt. Sick of the campaign. Remember we used to run this first 3 twice. Really sucked. Bro, you love this campaign. Come on, dude. The person I just killed? You're doing good, Aaron. Why, thank you. Listen, once it clicks, you know? Stop making me click on stuff. Oh, is this the next spot? Okay, wait, did I do everything here? Did I miss out? I hate going backwards to kill bosses. I think I got them all. I did. You can access the store as soon as you go to King's March and talk to the NPC on the right. First off, listen. I'm not somebody that just buys my gear, okay? I take time to find and craft the best artifacts. So let's not just think that that's what I'm gonna do. But these are things I'm supposed to sell these to you. Right? I don't know. They're gone. All right. Oh, sure.
Oriani has one piece of an ancient weapon that can control corruption. The other 3 pieces lie somewhere in the countless islands of the Karui archipelago. But their current leader is
do my ascendancy.
He would never give us passage. Our only path forward lies through King's March.
And the Venom
there,
Crypt.
We shall find a ship and crew brave enough to take us where we need to go.
All right. Let me access this town and then I'll go back, do the ascendancy, do the Venom Crypt. Did he skip Chaos? Cat Dad, do people still ascend in this game? I thought that's like, I thought they took that out or something. Is that still in the game? What's up, Nightwolf? They're already giving me quest stuff. Look at it. Oh, brother. Don't I have to do the Molten Vault? Wait. That's where you fight that the lava guy. I already know that I will do nearly only Chaos to ascend, just like last season. That's what I did last one. No, it's optional. He does something, though. What does he give you? Is he the one that gives you, like, the transmute thing or whatever? He gives you something. Right? Yeah. Okay. What's up, bro? Dude, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hey, you get to watch me play POE 2 very bad. How are you doing, man? What's up, everybody? Hello. I just got stream started. Hello. Give you a shout out. This is my MMO brother from another mother. I heard you're trying out and learning POE 2. Have a good stream. I got to bounce. Dude, no worries. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Welcome, everybody. My name's Aaron. I run the YouTube channel and website Action RPG. We are Learnding. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway for a chance to win Pick Your Steam Key. How's it going, everyone? Welcome. It's time to ascend for the second time. VC, what's the other one I gotta do? Alpine King, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome, everyone. You said there's some Valley of Snakes, or you said you got to do a couple of things. Huntress is okay. I'm surprised you aren't playing Lightning Spear. No, I tried Lightning Spear. I hated it. I played Lightning Spear up to halfway through Act 2, and then I completely started over. I appreciate that about you. Thank you. First I started Twisters, and then I went to Lightning Spear, because everyone's like, kind of like what you said. Like, you got to play Lightning Spear. You got to play Lightning Spear. And I tried it. I was just like, there's just no, I can't do it. Room complete. I like this one better because you don't have to worry about getting hit. Ellie lets you skip chapters. Yes. Wait, what the hell do you do now once you complete the room? I don't remember any of this crap. Doesn't the thing come down over here? No? Oh, it's a switch. There it is. Open! This is the one we beat tier 4. So we gotta fight the blood bird sometimes. Oh, what's going on? Aaron, no bazaar in POE 2, no red rings, nothing I need. Nothing I need. I do have some items in my inventory that I want to use, but I can't use them till I'm like level 54, which we've still got a while. I'm only 42. So all the gear I'm using, I'm going to use this for the next basically 12 levels. So you're going to get to tame the blood bird. That's right. Bamster, are you gonna play companions? Are we rolling companions? Are we going dive bomb falconer? Get this man a falcon. It looks like it literally looks like dive bomb falconer. I feel like I remembered last time I played this, you could buy the key or something, right? There's something about this that makes tier 4 easier. I don't remember. Curious, thanks for the follow. Something like that. Play too many of these ARPGs. We are running tier 4.
I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
What the hell am I supposed... Escort the statue. I don't even know what I'm doing. BC. I need to read this stuff, you know? As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. Escort quests. You can read. Listen, I can't read. I can read some stuff. If it's over 4 letters, I can't read it. Will you be doing a POE 2 subathon? No, I will not be doing a POE 2 subathon. Will I be doing a POE 2 event? Yes. Of some sort. Yes. Yes, he will. No. 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 He's calling it an event. No. It's an event-a-thon. No. On the 4th Ascendancy, you need 3 keys. You can buy those from the exchange. That's why it's easier. That's why it's easier. It's exactly what it is. How can he read gear stats on the run but skip most obvious messages? Happens to the best. I know. It's an unsubathon. I'll go first. Wait, what? Say what? Look. Now look what I gotta fight. This idiot. It's you. And now he flew down there. Oh, brother. He's not gonna kill me, is he? I'm on your side, bro. I just want to tame this guy. You got knocked up. Wait, what? Dun dun dun. It's called, let's call it what it is. Keep Aaron from doing chores-a-thon. Furtado, what's up? It's always time for the Friday quote. That's right. You walked away from Frost Bomb Twister also, so no traditional meta builds. Steve, I know most people don't believe me. I have no idea. I don't look at other people's build guides, and I don't use build websites, so I don't know what those are. I messed around with Twisters, but I didn't like it, so then I went to Spear, and I didn't like that, so then I started over. All right, we have boosted our rings and amulets. Streamer client, what? What? Is this worth something? Soul core of something? Yes? That ain't worth anything. What dropped? It's a soul core of Sidakawala La. Everybody knows this one. Do you like getting the 3rd and 4th trials? It's a horrible grind. So, I don't like trials in general. That being said, I always run this one, Chaos Trial. I never run the other one other than the first one, like getting your Ascendancy in Act 2. I only run Chaos. No one likes trials. We talk about this every time I play PoE 2. It's worth 1.7 divs. It is universally hated so much that people will pay for skips and carries on it. Like, the mechanic is universally hated so much by so many people that they will pay real money or in-game currency to skip it. And GGG has to know that, you know? Like, they have. I think they talked about it, actually, right? That make them fun. Said something about it. Venom Crypts. How the hell do I get there? Not really. It's just that people are bad at it. Wait, you're gonna argue that people universally like them? Is that what you're gonna argue? Aaron got another good drop. It's not that good. In the campaign, it dropped a soul core of Koala Lotta. Everybody knows that. The trials are the worst mechanic in PoE 1, and they put in the trials, which was a bad mistake in my opinion. GG said the new trial is not in because they are looking at trials as a whole, I believe. Dude, I wonder what this drop would be if it was truly like day 2 of a new league. You know what I mean? If it's worth 1.7 now. Trials are fine in PoE 1. First is just how punishing it can be. Lose 10% XP and at level 90, plus take a bunch of T15 maps to recover. Okay. Hey, VC, how the hell do I get to the Valley of Snakes? I don't have the waypoint. I've never understood why the trials at the beginning of the game to begin with. It's like it's such a big boost in power. You have to earn that power through some kind of trial. Like to unlock this big upgraded tier of your character, you need to like prove your worth. You know? I was talking about Sanctum for your ascendancy. People are just bad at it. I gotcha. Your 30-plus day subathon was so nice to listen to. Dude, we're not doing another one, but I'm glad you had fun. Okay? It still doesn't make sense. All right. I don't know how the hell to get to the Venom Crypts. So it's... in vault. In the jungle? Welcome to the jungle. Which jungle? Venom Crypts. I don't have this one either. I see it. What? No, it's for sure not there. Could be a way to run backwards from here. Boom! All right. Who makes your songs? Brow. All right. Looking for the Venom Crypts. Everybody knows this spot. I disagree. Being good has nothing to do with the trials. So I mean, I consider myself what am I trying to say? I want it to be fun. That's what I'm trying to say. Is ascending fun? Is it an in-game fun mechanic? Sweet, let's ascend and get a big power boost. It's not fun. That's the big problem with it. Not how long it takes, it's just how difficult it is. It's just simply not fun. That's my opinion. That's not what I'm looking for. Hell no. It's the worst thing in the game. Yeah, a lot of people say that. All right, I need to do this final quest here so then we can move on to Act 4. Woot, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in exclamation point, a giveaway. I'm guessing the jungle is not against the wall. I ran the whole damn thing. Getting Ascension is the one part of the game I genuinely understand why people pay other people for carries. It's not that it's not fun, it's that it's too punishing. If they simply made it, instead of choose a negative modifier, to choose a positive modifier, people would love it. If they did it that way, it would turn into a rogue, right? It would turn into a rogue. Hey, I want to capture you as my pet. Hey, come here. Naked, what's up, brother? I died in the third trial 3 times. Since then, I've paid for every trial after 2. I've never in my life paid for a trial. But again, I do understand why people do. Yes. Well, now I know why I never did this. Because the entrance to the jungle is somewhere in the middle. Oh, man. About to skip it, VC. I have no idea what I'm looking for. It's a small stone crypt. Hard to find and quite annoying. Small stone crypt. Is it possible I've already seen it? Hey, I found the waypoint. The Venom Crypts. How funny. It was right next to the waypoint. What an easy thing to find. Jeez. Just look for the waypoint. It's right next to it. Thanks, sir. Now have fun in the maze. All right, now what the hell is it? Explore the Venom Crypt. See, I'm reading. You're a rat in a maze. So, how do you decide when you have a subathon? I mean, it's very simple. All subathons normally are just when Last Epoch puts out a new season. You know, so. Takes a long time. So, historically, we can kind of, yeah. That's why it only happens once per year. It's not once a year. It's not. Hell, he releases twice a year, something like that. Anyways, my daughter's high school graduation is on. Wait, is that it? We're there, man. My daughter's high school graduation is on May 28th. The update for POE is May 29th. So my wife was like, hey, all the family stuff is good as of May 28th. So if you want to do a fun event for POE, go ahead. So that's what we've been talking about. Stun threshold, elemental ailment threshold, mana regen. Can we have Mia making new blurp material-a-thon? Right? All right, get me the hell out of here. Dude, Mia's blurps are the best, I know. All right, Act 4. Not sure why I like PoE 2. I do like switching to LE after playing PoE 2 for the fun and quality of life. It is nice. It makes you appreciate a lot of stuff. Question mark. Sounds to me that Wifey already approved the PoE 2 subathon. No, it's not a subathon. It's not a subathon. We're going to do an event that isn't a subathon. You guys hear me? It's not a Tuma. A subathon. Okay? Subathon mentioned. Naked, not you two. Don't.
Who said no? Why do you want it to stop? Why do you want it to end? Question mark.
Oh, you're right. It's a polka-a-thon. No. High school graduation fundraiser event. All right. Talk to who? Okay. I got it. Set sail. We're off. I remember I liked the flooded prison area on this one. I was like, oh, that's cool looking. I've been cooking for an hour, and at the end I added tomato sauce with onion without noticing. I hate onion in sauce. I'll only eat spaghetti with Parmesan cheese at the time because you never know what's inside a sauce. Never trust it. I see. I'd still eat it. So, wifey said you could have a subathon, but Aaron said no. No, that's not what she said. She said come up with a fun event. Small. Low key. You know? We just did a subathon. I just can't subathon every month. Fun event equals a subathon. What? Sure you can. Why not? Because I don't want to. You can just subathon forever. Oh, gosh. If it's an American sauce, then it's full of sugar. And you can trust sugar, your type. I guess that's probably true. He's allergic to our money. Oh, gosh. Tribal mask. I guess Aaron doesn't like subathon money. Ever. Green item, which means it's a good base for crafting. Tribal mask. What level are we? 53. Where'd you get your filter from? I don't know. Filter blade? It's the same. I don't know. It's always the same one. Basically, before the league, I just download all 5 and upload them. Another one? My wife already had an idea for the event, which we have already talked about, which is likely what's going to happen. So, we don't like the idea of a capped subathon, which means, oh, we'll subathon, but only for 6 days. We don't like that. I don't think we'll ever do that. But she also wants it to be like kind of controlled, where I'm not... Summer starts in 3 days for my kids. Or I'm not subathoning all of summer. So she's like, what would be a fun event that everybody would like, where you do all the fence and all the movie nights and everything, but it's not insane. So this is her idea. So if you talk crap, you're talking crap about her idea. Was that basically, so it's a standard, you know, air quotes subathon, but the clock only goes up the first 2 days. So if there's 200 hours after 2 days, the event will go on for, you know, 200 hours. There's 80 hours, 80 hours, 50 hours, whatever. So then someone's like, well, what if there's 30 days on the clock after 2 days? And I was like, well, then I would subathon for 30 days, but there's no way that'll happen. Unless Drayden shows up the glass cannon subathon. You underestimate our power. It's like you want it to happen. That's not what I've said. Excited to see how Delirium plays out. No more story, no thanks. You like the story, right? And I was also thinking maybe for this event we don't use the fence. I tend to die quite a lot, and I don't know if we, you know, I don't know if that's really needed for... Fence is core. Wait, so what's the event? It's not decided yet, but basically it's not a subathon.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
That's blasphemy. Wife said I could do a small event. What she recommended is basically clock on screen, goals, movie nights, fence, Aaron After Dark, all the stuff everybody's come to expect. But basically the clock only goes up the first 2 days. So the event is, you know, like front loaded. So, hey, if there's 15 days on the clock, then there's 15 days on the clock. There's 5 days on the clock, 5 days on the clock. But ultimately, the clock will only go up the first 2 days. Basically, it stops everybody from sniping the event forever. Can wifey give breaks? You want the wife to play POE too? Give breaks? My wife's right next to me right now. She said, psh, do they not know I have a full-time job and have to raise all the kids? I help raise them. Oh boy, so a 2-day rush-a-thon. Well, I just finished a 31-day subathon, literally 30 days ago, so I can't do another one, but I do want to do a fun event. And we kept trying to come up with stuff. A blurpathon. First hype train dictates time. Like, we've talked through a lot of stuff. I don't think, no one's going to accept any of this. I want a goal that makes you play hardcore SSF only. Why? Those types of goals people think they want and then they don't. I really don't think people would want to see me do that. So just play the campaign the whole time with no trade, just struggling. Like, no. Like, you think it'd be funny? I would be miserable. It would be literally just playing the campaign over and over again. Like, no. It'd be like, tune in to Aaron to watch the Act 1 forever. People want to see you suffering. Also, what became of the idea to take a selection of your builds for Uber? You mentioned that 1 or 2 times. I said that on Last Epoch? Basically, you become a speedrunner only. Yeah, I don't know. I have... Like, I want to explore the new end game and check out the new companions build. I don't want to play hardcore SSF and play the campaign the whole time. Like, I just, you know, I really... Like, in that instance, like, why would you want that? I don't know. I don't really get it. I'm not saying it's a bad way to play. I'm just saying in that circumstance, I don't really understand. Who would want that? No, no, no. Who would want to watch me do that? Just say it. You don't want to play the POE 2 campaign. It's like, I swear, everyone. Aaron, do you want to play POE 2 0.5 end game update and only run Act 1 and 2 of the campaign? No. No, I do not. That's correct. Yes. Who the hell are you? What is this, torchlight? Oh, brother. I don't think you're supposed to stand there like that. Oh, time to start over. Rather blow my brain. I mean, honestly, if that was for, I just wouldn't do an event. Like, there's just no way. Speaking of the fence, I know the fence is going to eat so good, it's insane. You didn't move at all. I didn't think it was going to hurt me. We haven't died today. That time he didn't even get to do that attack. Well, fence is fun. I do agree hardcore wouldn't be fun to watch. I searched the bazaar for small idols, health and mana, but nothing comes up. Are they not worth anything? Either they're not worth anything or they're worth a ton and there's none in there. Chance orb, one of your tribal masks? Where the hell did it go? It's a 50-50 to upgrade or delete. Got it. Am I done with this island now? I thought I gotta fight this guy. No? I guess not. Go back, touch the stone. I don't know why people say this game is better than D4 when Blizzard has over 1 million steady players playing it daily. I don't understand. What does player count have to do with the game? What? Why'd you guys tell me to come back here? People on YouTube love putting POE 2 or POE 1 as the king's throne, like nothing else can be beat. When Diablo made the genre what it is. Yeah, I mean, I you know, one, as far as what game's better and what game's more fun, will forever be an opinion piece, right? I know people that hate both. So, like, there's no, like, factual one's better than the other. So just, you know, right off the bat, you know, like, I like Last Epoch better than POE 2 and Diablo 4. And you'd probably say you're insane, which is probably true, you know. I'm also a believer, just because D4 is good, it doesn't mean POE 2 bad. Or if POE 2 is good, it doesn't mean D4 bad. Why can't both just be good? What are these things I found? These aren't worth anything. Anointing? Lies, POE 1 is the GOAT. I missed the original D2 times. Diablo made the genre, and then it was dying until POE 2 turned it into a real genre. Talking crazy again. I know. I know. Wait, what? I've heard a lot of people argue that Diablo 2 created the genre. PoE 1, like, took it to the next level or made it mainstream. Who are you? Explore islands. Set sail. Take me to... this island. I don't know. It's fun to watch how many people disagree on games. I know gamers that say PoE 2 is the best. I have some people say it's the absolute worst. Yeah, it's always based upon opinion. It's how it's always going to be. You can't, like, prove a game is the best. Question, did they change how tabs work in PoE 2? No, it's practically the same. I'm 1.5k away from the Sharkhead MTX I've been saving for. Diablo made the genre, PoE 2 monetized it, D3 made mainstream, Ellie made us remember what is fun. Ellie and TLI are the best for me, others are the worst. Aaron, I love how Riker flexes his authority as a former game reviewer. If someone argues D4 bad versus PoE bad, then they must have never seen an actual bad game. I think the argument that Brandon's trying to make on YouTube is that he's probably seen for a long time PoE 2 is the greatest game ever. It has unequivocally the biggest numbers as far as Twitch and YouTube goes. So in like the content creation bubble, you know, it gets a lot of coverage. Where Diablo 4 has the actual bigger player base by a large margin. So why is it, you know, PoE 2 good, D4 bad when there's more people playing D4? I think that's what he's trying to say. D4 bad gets more YouTube views. Not currently. Not currently. The D4 creators are literally blowing up right now with the expansion. Like life-changing content channel growth. Aaron, D4 has been moving a lot with the expansion and for good reason. It's only YouTube click farming. Ellie is still my favorite by a decent margin, but this D4 expansion has been a godsend with the newborn. There you go. How's everything at home, dude? Going good, I hope? See, even I am more positive about D4. See. Oh, that's the way we have to go, isn't it? Is not. D4 needs to add pause and it'll be great. I've never heard them comment on it, but I could tell you that a last epoch have said that since the game was not designed with pause from the get-go, it is very hard to implement now. Whereas POE 2 was designed with pause from the get-go. Now, the counter argument to that is POE 1 was not designed with that. So how do they do it? I don't know, but that's just what EHG has said. Hey, you can play in offline mode. That's true. I'm wondering if since they figured it out on POE 2, it was easy to implement in POE 1. Be my guess. It's a game engine thing. TLI also has pause in their inventory. Yeah. For these islands in Act 4, does it matter what order you do them in? I want this as my companion. No? That boss can be tamed in 0.5. That's right. The islands have a level, so I normally just use that as my order. That's literally what I'm doing. think it's funny. People like Talkative Try go hard on PoE 2 as a fan, but always when someone talks or even spits in D4 direction, it's like a moral no-no. It's like PoE 2 is the best, period. D4 is always bad. I mean, Talkative Try is a PoE 2 creator, you know? It would be like, hey, I went to go look at a Ford truck, and I kept talking to them about a Chevy truck, even though I was at a Ford dealership. And they kept trying to talk me into the Ford truck instead of the Chevy truck when I was at the Ford dealership. Like, he's a PoE 2 content creator. Like, I feel like Talkative play any D4? I have no idea. Hey, I found this map. Yeah, he played some. Ford is objectively worse than Chevy. Facts. I'm just saying in general, right? If you went to a car dealership that sold that car and all you wanted to do was talk about another car from a different brand, it's just, you know, you could use that. Like, he's a PoE 2 creator. Set sail to a different island. Wait, how do I know which ones I've done already? Oh, I did. Oh, wait, I did that one and that one. 47, 48. Are we on 49s? 48. Some creators also take that approach because they hate Blizzard as a company. I still hate Blizzard, but Aaron forced me back to D4. Don't put it on me. Wait, isn't this where the third trial's gonna be? Right? I don't know, I could be wrong. I don't know. Yes? See, I know stuff. Aaron streams are bad for your wallet. Yes. I've seen Tribe play D4 for a few days. Only talk about how much better PoE and PoE 2 is the next day. Oh, brother. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything. Exactly why I don't watch Aaron's D4 streams. Because you have nothing nice to say. It's the trial of the not in the game yet. I want to tame this guy right here. He looks like a golem. How do I tame him? Hey, you, McMuffin. Could I actually tame him? How do you know which beast you could tame? Yes? All right, I got to remember this island. I'm going to tame that idiot. That guy, that enemy. It has to be a beast, though. What was its name? I don't know. Golem-looking gorilla beast? Okay, so taming a beast is basically just like a specter. You tame it, now it's yours. It turns into a spirit gem that locks that beast in there. You can add sockets to it. Can you have more than one? How does, like, how does that work? If I have enough spirit, can I have an army of the same companion? Not sure on more than one. Okay. There's a note on the tree that'll let you have 2 different companions. Okay. But technically right now, companions are not that good. Uh-oh. And that's why they said they're getting a big damage increase, correct? What's up, Anger? Correct. Yes. Yeah, and then obviously the unique where you can have as many companions as you want of different types. All right, Tegan. You happy about your daughter graduating on the 28th? Yes. And it's crazy. 1 graduating elementary school, 1 graduating middle school, 1 graduating high school. I'm now going to have 2 children that have graduated high school. I'm an old man. Like legit an old man. That means you're officially Pops. That's right. How many children have moved out? None. That'll never happen. They also added gloves that scale with killing bosses, and it requires you to not have a weapon for it to work. It's like the Judgment gloves from LE, but these gloves are brute energy. I was like, where's all my minions? They were trapped on the other side of the door. I could verify children don't move out anymore. I can't decide who planned this neat graduation sequence. I don't know. Aaron, how many of them are paying you rent? None. My mother-in-law moves out on Friday. My mother-in-law lives with us too. Tell me at least they are editing your videos. No. Locate the halls of the dead. When can I move in? Well, you know, you got a lot of living things in the house already. Halls of the Dead. I find it. One more. 12% increased reservation efficiency on minion skills. Clicky. It was a long journey to get from starting point here to here. Don't ask. I don't even know what killed me. I was reading whatever Brandon wrote. I wouldn't see it. Hopefully 0.5 will add more minion nodes to the tree. I think they will. They're just going to take the existing nodes and turn them into hybrid nodes. It's my guess. Companion damage, minion damage, something like that. What's on the docket? Oh, it's hating D4 and praising POE, while Joe, I'm off to get some coffee, wants some sarcastic joke. Sir, why can't both of them be good? Is that allowed? By the way, if that death happened during the event, that would not be a fence walk, you know? I was reading chat, so that wouldn't count. Just so everybody's aware. Yes, it would. No, it would not. I found a test. Dude, I could tell you right now, if this is what the third trial is, I feel like I would still do chaos. One thing that I do like about the chaos trial is at least you don't have to find anything. It's literally run up, you run up, pick the thing, kill the enemies. It's like at least it's A to B. It's not like a labyrinth of where's Waldo. Does Zach feel faster? I don't know. You have to complete each island and then what? Gain 5 strength. Fire res. This will not be what the trial's actually like. The hell is this? A silver coin. Remember, when you get frozen in this boss fight, you have to find your spirit and go into the purple circle. I know. I don't know. Okay, don't I have to run back through and get all those other little buffs, right? Don't all of them have Trial of the Ancestors? Can you go in there? Oh, this is the actual trial. Oh no. What the hell is this? It's the placeholder area. All right, Rubio, have a good one. You're done with this island next. I didn't get all those little buffs I'm supposed to. Yeah, you left some buffs. Who cares? You're not playing for real. Shh. I found the treasure map. All right, done. Next, abandoned prison. I like this one. The water coming in. Cool. This map. Level 47. I already found a key. Looks like I should be able to walk through here. Wait, you're doing Cocaine Bear next, right? That's the plan. I don't know. I'm gonna play Huntress, Minion, Companion, and just figure it out. Figure it out. They're changing the passive tree up, so as soon as we get access to it, we'll look through it. I heard that Bale and Diablo are returning to Sanctuary. I would guess so. How? Wait, Ishin. Going good. Still on D4 till patch notes. You're waiting for patch notes for POE? I'm about to end Act 4 in POE 2. First time ever. Well, we're in the same place practically. Approaching level 48. Who the hell is this guy? All right. Is this where the water's at? Where the hell's the water? There it is. They still not fixed minion pathing. They do not do well in doors and small corridors for sure. Ellie's minions have been driving me crazy a little bit lately. It's been 2 seasons and they haven't fixed the minion slide, where they like slide out and then back in. That is the one like drives me crazy thing with Last Epoch's minions. If they could fix that, they'd probably be the best. The minion slide. Yeah, the slide is annoying. Yep. It's been 2 seasons. 2 seasons of the minion slide. What type of minion are you aiming for? I don't know yet. Right now I'm just trying to beat the campaign first time ever with Huntress, and then I just want to mess around and see how companion taming works. I've never played companions in this game. So right now, just trying to refamiliarize myself with the campaign and figure out the Huntress passive tree, at least what's on it. I know it's changing. And just kind of get my muscle memory back for POE 2. I know for sure I'm playing Spirit Walker for 0.5. Yeah, truth be told, I'm undecided. Now that I see like RF Crows and Dive Bomb. So it's like there's gonna be a lot of options. I don't know, I'm just hoping it's fun. You could also add auto respawning to Ellie minions, please. I think that's coming. I've talked about that a few times. It's like, why do people like the frog build so much? Well, your minions auto respawn. You never have to worry about making them. They die, wait a few seconds, they're right back. It's like you need to give up your offhand. 9 passive points and a skill to get that for skeletons on Necro. Frogs, get them for free. Necro minions damage needs to be better too. Their damage is all right. I mean, it's in the millions. I would actually have them fix minion slide and give us some damage reduction first before they did anything damage related. Necro mainly needs DR. Yep. Yes, it does. A lot of levers. You got behind there, King Kong. Water. Oh, this is the like I gotta point the ballista at him or something. Ow. Guilty, they're saying it's good. I was in Act 2 and I just gambled on 9 amulets and I pulled an Astramentus and they said it's odds of doing that in Act 2 gambler 0.0006. It's like it's not that good. That's insane odds. It's not that good, dude. It's stupid. Oh, come on. It'd be nice if on these islands they just like marked them as complete. Did I get the map? I literally wasn't even paying attention. I don't. It also, the roll is 50 to 100. Mine rolled 92. You're always on a streamer client. No, no, no. Guilty, it's not what it looks like. Fox, what's up? It's not what it looks like, dude. All right, I'm just going to take this island as done. It's right here. It's not that good. Yeah, Ritualist on practice. Look at it. I've got all my stuff packed away, and you're out here getting impossible odds to taunt me. What? I'm talking about practice. No, I'm not valing it. I gotta record a short for it. All right. Find treasure maps. Okay, these are all done. Do the back too. Didn't you record it yesterday? But I gotta look at it. Yeah, that'll be a good short. Hey, can I tame that? I'll get that as a companion. Yes. They are slow. No, I'm not going to spec into companions till I beat the campaign. I'm gonna go to bed. I just died walking against the wall in Ellie. Have a good one, Bamster. Bamster, I'm gonna get an elephant, bro. Fusion, what's up, brother? I got my low-life barb working. Low-life barb. Oh, spin to win. Dust Devil. The standard. Basically what every barb is doing. Yep. I did that last season in POE 2. Put an aura on it. It was awesome. I'm gonna sleep now. Good luck. Have fun. All right. Have a good one. What exactly determines a map being done? Is it killing the boss? I mean, I found a map piece. Killing the island boss. Okay. So Fusion. They were telling me yesterday I had pretty good luck. New character in Act 2. I went to the Gambler and grabbed a couple amulets, and an Astramentis hit with 92 to all attributes. They said the odds of getting that is 0.0006%. I got it in Act 2 on a new character. That's not that rare. I bet that happens more often than people think. You know? Talking about practice. Yeah. Level 49. Next for the streamer client, a mirror drop. No, I'm not getting a mirror drop. It's a bummer you toasted your luck on the while practicing. I know, right? What's up, Tony? Yeah, we're talking about practice. Caverns. What the hell am I looking for? Big starfish. I like your crate video, Aaron. You liked it? It's pretty basic. Not a lot of info. It was me announcing that the announcement is coming for the announcement. Excited. Is the boss of this island in here? Yeah. This is where you get the auction house. What are you talking about? This island is where you unlock asynchronous trade? I thought it's just once you hit Act 4. Not that I care. I don't care. It's not a big deal for me. I'm not going to use it anyways. Oh, sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you're not on a new account, you just got to get to Act 4. Okay. Sweet. All right, so save all your currency. Painstakingly make it through the campaign. Unlock Act 4. Use all the currency to switch out all your gear. All right, I could do that. Easy. Hey, put some clothes on. Oh, brother. Why the hell isn't it moving? This is in Lightning Spear. Yeah, I got rid of Lightning Spear. I hated it. Started another character. Lightning Spear. I'm playing Necro Huntress. Get out of here. None of these bosses have a plus. Dread Crab, Great White. You almost did the speedrunner stuck strat on this boss. I don't even know what that means. If you're not going to use it anyways, they could add 1 day to the next subathon every time you use it. No, I might use it just to teach people how to use it as a teaching tool to the community. Like, here's how asynchronous trade works. Let's grab all new gear, you know? $1,500 in POE 2. I've never played minions. Teach me. What do you want to know? There's a way to guarantee the boss doesn't move by standing in a certain place. I see. See, I almost did it. All right, about to hit level 50. I want to tame all these things. Is that Diablo? We found him! All right, we got him. No, he's in the interludes, I know, at the wall, the big wall. You could tame that boss too, like right now or in the 0.5. Point 0.5. Damn, that felt like cheating against Mephisto. Well, if you're using Resolve stacks low life, it is cheating. So, that if you're using Resolve. Not bad. bad. Take that. Main stat is intelligence for this build. I mean, resolve isn't cheating, it's just poorly balanced. It's not like people are exploiting. Yeah, 60 million toughness. Yeah. Wonder if they'll patch it out next season. Wonder if they'll patch it out soon. Yeah, that's literally that. The resolve thing is what made me stop playing the season. It's like, all right, I'm done. I'm not gonna play this can't die stuff. No thanks. That's a ridiculous take since other players exploiting things doesn't affect you at all if you're not involved in the tower. I mean, I already beat Mephisto with Bash. Like, the fact that playing Barbarian or Paladin, I could make an immortal build. Like, I'm just, like, it just takes the fun out of it for me. That's just my take. Yeah, I mean, you guys can keep playing it. Just... like the fact that Exatheus is in chat saying, I feel like I'm cheating. Mephisto's so easy. Yeah, you're correct. It is easy. Apparently, the only thing that can kill you in the fight is the big hole pit. Yeah, just, like, you need to have some friction. Like, when you're playing an ARPG, if you can't die and you do infinite damage, like, I know there's people that love turning on God mode. I get it. They're the most popular builds. But for me, I need some levels of friction or difficulty or challenge or something to work through. I'm just like, nah. Also, all the people coming to chat asking every 3 seconds why you're not playing low life resolve. Correct. Yeah. Why purposely nerf yourself? You know you can just make it where you can't die. Yep. Yeah, I'm aware. I've got 10 of those amulets. This way. Ow. Hey, tech golem killed me. Tech. Need freaking resolve. All right, West, have a good one. You exploded. I know I need to walk to the fence. Guys, don't say he only plays minions. Don't say that. Please don't say that. The hell picture was that on screen? Go to the fence, you said it. There's no camera setup, dude. There'd just be me leaving stream. That's what I was saying yesterday. That blurb is sometimes bugged. Got it. That's the one. Hey, you. You need to be my pet. All right, you need to be my Spectre. You're dead, bro. Yesterday was a sugar bag, was it? All right, that makes sense. God mode is good if it's earned through grinding and luck. Bad if it's just kind of there. But I mean, even God mode, right? You're playing S tier meta progression and you have like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of hours of grind gear instead of just, you know, an amulet and resolve stacks. Just, I mean, you guys know what I mean. It's no big deal. I played 200 hours of D4. I'm just not going to keep doing what I was doing, but with that, we played it a ton. All right. Are you done with the LE season? I play LE on Fridays. Yeah, on Fridays. Two more days till patch notes. I know. 2 days.
I cannot believe that I am married to this person.
Right? What was she thinking? Patch notes. Cha cha cha. attack it. My minions have to attack it. Level 50. About to be level 51. Guys, don't say he only plays minions. Don't say that. All right, I gotta look at that specific blurb. Should be getting a teaser soon unless they don't do one today. Are they doing one every day? Good marketing. Seems like they have been. It's always around this time of day. I see. So you're saying we're patiently waiting for the GGG drop, Bert? All right. Well, if it is, let me know. I'll watch it. Yum! Hot dog at Costco and ice cream. It dropped? You're so full of crap. Yep, teaser's up. I know. You think I see it? You think I don't? All right, I'm in the general chat and Discord, VC. Do your thing. I'm waiting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. In the Runes of Alder League, logbooks are seeing some big changes. It's time to go seafaring like true explorers. Yes, you can explore the ocean. To the southeast of the Atlas lies a...
This is Ocean Delve. This is Ocean Delve.
Vast ocean with new environments to discover and treasures to unearth. In the Runes of Alder, while doing expedition encounters, you might find logbooks, and by using these on the ocean, a small part of it will be revealed. As the fog recedes, you'll discover many new islands, most of which you won't have seen before, and all of them will contain expedition encounters. In these encounters, you'll need to blow up the remains of buried Kalgurans, bringing them back to life only to slay them again and steal their loot. Expeditions now also include the Runes of Alder crafting remnants, granting immense opportunities with a wide selection of recipes. But there's more than just the buried dead. Each island has all sorts of things to find and explode. In the bleached shoals, you'll discover siren eggs throughout the area, as well as clams that contain a surprising amount of riches. As you destroy the eggs, siren spawn will emerge from the water. But be careful. If you destroy enough eggs, the siren herself will arrive to defend her children. On this craggy peninsula, you can find another camp of the kin, hiding in their hovels. Blowing them up should get them out of there. And while you're at it, you can free some of their caged beasts. They've even caged some exiles in order to watch them fight with each other. Why not blow them up too? In this inland heath, you will find a gigantic remnant with a series of smaller runestones. Each one you blow up will activate another slot on the massive remnant, allowing you to craft almost...
Guilty. There's something up with the images. This was talked about yesterday. There's something blurb. There's something on image screwed up. Is this what teasers and marketing and hype is supposed to look like? Can anybody... Is this kind of what we're... Yes? Is that yes? Yes? 100% yes. I see.
Any recipe. But there's still many more. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. In order to explore the ocean further, we'll need to acquire more logbooks by killing runic monsters, indicated by large flagpoles around the dig site. With each logbook, you can explore more of the ocean, and you can go as deep as you like. There are ancient vaults, a bunch of new bosses, all sorts of underground areas, and a few other surprises. There are ancient vaults, a bunch of...
Isn't this the T-17 map from POE 1, this boss? Am I losing my mind? Or no? Maybe? No. I think he's lost it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like all the lines, like the black tar crap. I know who you are talking about. No, this is different. If EHG did this, you can now put echo chains on the map and do it. More Rift Beasts on Nemesis. Excited. Can't stand JR's voice. It's funny, I actually like Mark's teasers better, but yeah.
New bosses, all sorts of underground areas, and a few other surprises. There's just so much to see and explore, so join us for the release of The Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Was that just ripped from the marketing? I feel like we've seen all that before. Why doesn't Aaron believe us?
Is it true that you're gonna end up in a mental institution? Cuckoo's nest, cuckoo's nest.
They showed a little more. You're hoping for the monk? Explained a bit more too. I gotcha. Sweet. I remember this fight. He's got to throw rocks and hit the guys. What? No? Guys, don't say he only plays minions. Don't say that. He has to attack where you are, but the minions. So the rock is hitting the minions and not the posts? I don't understand. I don't know. You can't win this fight with minions in the campaign? I got one. What's up, Bacon?
Finally, I'm a beautiful butterfly.
Yeah, blurps are screwed up. Second try, actually. All the alerts are set to normal and I reset them as well. I don't know. Blurp's always screwed up, dude. I don't know. There's always something. Volume, picture.
If everything you're doing is bad, I want you to know this.
Did Aaron mess up blurps to avoid the blurpathon? Yeah, I went in and changed all the pictures for all 500 blurps to that girl's face. Spent hours working on it.
Damage.
We knew it. I know. Be some dedication, that's right. What the hell am I looking for now? Oh, search for a way to reforge the weapon. Hey, I need to reforge this. I work hard for the money. So I need to talk to you or something. No? I think that guy's dead, dude. Oh, that guy's dead too. Why am I can't run any faster? Is the game bricked or something? There's no way it's this slow. Immersion? Oh my goodness.
Your bear can use earthquake. What?
Yeah, blurps are bugged. All right. Can't even loot him. Lame. Damn, that is very slow. All right, my wife brought me something. She said, I know you don't want it, but the kids guilted me into getting pizza. It's like potato Idaho pizza, like, I don't know, pizza. Pizza. Spoiled! What? Don't you have to share with the class? I know. All right. While I'm eating, this is for VC.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were two of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you.
It's a really good strategy for marketing when it comes to a new league or season. Doing a press tour and slotting time with all the, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased to see it.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, 050 is kind of this just, like, giant patch that, you know, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the end game, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and you know, one at a time. But the problem is, it's really... What was that, sir?
Oh, could you divide the endgame stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the endgame good, it means that every single, like, you know, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what it would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and you know, just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single thing that's in the end game actually good. Like, we're gonna make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full like league system. You know, we're not gonna leave it like how it was in 010 and that kind of thing. And that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the end game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously you'd worked out a scope of endgame stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But like, what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, you know, we're upgrading 4 leagues. If we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we, you know, like, here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, you know, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like, there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the endgame stuff was going to go in. which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the Druid in the league effectively for 040. So yeah, that was kind of a bit annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller. And it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, like a huge release. And then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050 though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So yeah, that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But yeah, it's sort of surprising as well because the larger something is, it honestly like the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Yeah. I noticed, so this early access you're running for POE 2 at the moment, it's not the first time GGG did early access. Like, as you recall, we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like the Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like, it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years,
yeah.
By the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So the question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like, you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like, both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was that it was way, way longer than that. Yeah, it was the funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which, I mean, we did it before, but yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like, was it 6 years or something? And like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts. Like all the rest of it and everything. So like, that was actually kind of, POE 2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that because it's like, you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger. There's so much more going on. Like, we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff. We've like made tons of monsters. We've made tons of unique art. We've made all this stuff. It's like, it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is. And yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of pretty brutal wake up call. You think you know how to make a game and then you do it again and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to, like, it slows down the development of, act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that. And that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060. So, like 050 is going to be the last release. And the reality is that we're kind of like, okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out, it can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league. And if we do another league, then that's even more content we have to make because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further. And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game. So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good though, because once we get to 1.0, like not having to have this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing the campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like new campaign acts and everything is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to like allow us to relax a little bit more compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we, overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot, and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future, because you're focusing all on 1.0. But do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do it.
It's really funny what Jonathan said. Not funny, but interesting. Right now, they are trying to finish the core game, finish the campaign, do the end game overhaul, do the balance, create the classes, create the ascendancies with a seasonal mechanic, right? Once the campaign is done, once all the classes are in, once all the ascendancies are done, once the game is relatively balanced, and people like the end game, it's going to be way easier for them as a team just to focus on awesome league mechanics moving forward. It's probably so much on them trying to get everything else done now. When's it go free to play? 1.0. 1.0, the game goes free to play, likely in December.
The stuff like that every now and then. Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Yeah, like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime.
But what about No Rest for the Wicked? That's my December game. I can't get a pulse on when that 1.0 is coming. But, yeah, hopefully later this year. I want Wicked to have such an awesome launch. I hope, even if they push it into next year, I just hope they pick a great date where everybody could play it.
I'm around 1.2. We're probably going to need this, so let's get it started into the pipeline now. So there's certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
It's amazing. Like, this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic.
Guy's just
and
working on his house, turns around and just one-shots me.
How do you... and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time all of this stuff these days with so much going on?
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases because we honestly couldn't. And honestly, the community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like, if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one. But thankfully, since they're not on PC, it's not as big of a thing.
Exatheus, are you using resolve stacks? Your meeting's over. Yay.
But the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that, like anything that it's possible to spend money on, I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them, I would say.
Well, I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
That's a Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that one's kind of big. But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, in terms of other ARPGs and stuff, I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally, but if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it just because like we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, like seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not. But, yeah.
So There are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with the plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? Like, how are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
Well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of like sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date, because what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just no place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, that was even our intention during POE 2's early access, and we've actually improved that a lot recently with POE 1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and POE 2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of
later it's atheist.
Having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything but delay is all this endgame stuff, where it's because we want to do it in one big package. It's then becomes something where it's you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So that's the kind of stuff that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just cut stuff until the deadline works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. I think I said it earlier, but it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that having shorter release cycles and releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. You really want to be just producing things on as fast a cadence as possible.
Yeah,
that you can get away with.
That produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases. And so
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. It really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. It's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well, is so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on POE 2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on leaks for POE 1. And the people who've been working on POE 2 for a really long time, they've gotten out of the habit of actually finishing things and getting it over, because it kind of wasn't in a release. And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. It actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. You can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. There's something really focusing of just having a deadline that's relatively close by.
I feel like he is speaking to EHG, or maybe that's just, Gosh, I love everything actually this interview is saying. I don't know if anybody else is paying attention. Maybe. I mean, you hear it.
So one of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, this happened 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? We're still working on stuff. There's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you say, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to release, basically. And
that was a good one. It was much better afterwards. So I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
I played
My
Synthesis.
responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you rewriting it in 45
Well, the thing is
that
the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for POE 2.
But it made it better.
It was the thing is we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, ah, crap! This is a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. They added compression to character saves as a last ditch thing. Bear in mind, we're hours before release, and it's okay, how about we try this? This is is a pretty crazy one. So yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page. And once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the PoE 2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the PoE 1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all they had a lot of items and stuff like that in the low test we were doing, but they weren't late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And so the quest flags sent them over the edge, so anyone who gets past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine the quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah, we just added a really, I can't remember what compression it was, but it probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. It always feels hectic. And ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? People are always going to be okay, I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Yeah.
So
I felt that
it's very hard to actually.
Yeah, I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully, you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing: being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE. And I never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already built. You've got the actual systems working, and it's now let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the weird cool things. You're okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you commune with the dreamer, and then the it unlocks this modifies the class slightly, so it's got this extra node in it, and just stuff there's just lots of things like that.
Yeah.
There's hidden, here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can take these things, and there's stuff like this.
We're getting all the hidden stuff during this interview. I'm not gonna lie, I actually am really enjoying this conversation, talking about testing, league start, development, timing. I'm really enjoying this. He's leaking.
It's just the stuff like that. Just lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
It's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about. Which he does on purpose, by the way. So don't judge Jonathan about this random thing. But it's fine. So there's just lots of little cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those. Of course, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But there'll be more that they won't have seen. There's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated during the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit. apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about like I mean, okay, so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season.
Hey, can I make this guy? He's not a companion, is he? I want this guy to follow me. That's a golem right there. Actually, it kind of looks like A-bomb.
So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs.
That's a human,
like,
sir.
The double-edged
It's a
sword
golem.
problem. So,
everybody knows that.
Like there was things like this is actually a POE 1 example, but it's like, okay, we had some things where there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about, and so it was sort of really important to make sure that we got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of like adding more content, like more
now
uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter because it's like most people are kind of like wanting to go play the season and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. Like it doesn't juice numbers or anything.
Yeah.
And that's like interesting as well, because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, oh, you need to run a bunch of seasonal events. You need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. But it's just not our MO at all. Like our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand it, they still don't really. Like there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, they still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're still not really willing to commit what they would really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress. And yet I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did. So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like you'll start, of course people will be, you get the whole thing, oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask, oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it and that kind of stuff. But it's like, it's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today, not like a lot, but we do get them. And so like, that's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1 is still good. And, I actually found it.
Can we get campaign skips? No.
Metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last two POE 1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next league launch was from the previous league launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Yes, they weren't.
Right?
Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like there's actually a lot of that going on as well. So, you end up with a situation where for a POE 1 launch, you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are made of people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating, because in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, marketing to new audiences. You have the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily, we didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, past.
Good. Don't ever fold on that, or Ellie is doomed, because then Ellie will have to add it, right? What's up, Nash? Aaron, I was talking to QB1. He has an opinion that EHG needs to make better loot easier to get and crafting more forgiving so it's easier for the more casual player to get to Abby.
Leagues, and I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce a new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want to.
So I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's I think why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like.
He's got to be talking about regular Abby, not Uber Abby.
Feels, because I think there are certain people who will come back with certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how POE 2's release was coming up, and there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe,
so
but I mean, it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a greater than usual number of people came back. But the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for PoE 2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for PoE, like in terms of like people who come from, I went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what was it? What is it for PoE 1? And I found the PoE 1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because PoE 1's got such a large base of people who, like who come back.
Basically, his point is the time it takes to get good gear and craft it, then slam it is too high right now. I don't know. I think, isn't it 50%? No. I don't know. I got to look at the data. It's a very small percent of players get that far. Is there any reason on creating more in-game content when only 1% of players engage with it? No, Abby's not 1%. I thought it was in the 15%, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I need to have Muffin pull the data on how many people fought. How many people attempted regular Aberoth in season 4? What percentage?
Like every few leagues.
Yeah.
But that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very enfranchised player who knows the game backwards, they really want to play. If the release comes out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like to, they're like, "Sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then." And then.
But it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's a few, I think.
World of Warcraft?
Yes, sure.
EVE Online, does that count as PvE?
That game is such a so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long. But the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And therefore, they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they express direct jealousy with our leagues. We could introduce something crazy, and then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure. Well,
sorry.
We do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't having to be a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is especially for the PoE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core. There's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the end game, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So
Should be, yeah.
it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Oh, that's cool.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in POE 1, where you like run along a thing, except it's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in POE 1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like, you know, infinite Atlas thing. And it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You'll have to indulge my technical question here, but okay. So in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Like okay. So my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perl and noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating a something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can like generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours that has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain is like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
And effectively interpolates it in. But what that happens is because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define where the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we wanted to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was mountains, it'll instead be, that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like, there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations, effectively, for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean.
So how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere.
Effectively, you look at it as a sea level, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions and tweak the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So you send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored, and then that will may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like, so when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least like various maps to do when you do one of these, but it's just kind of fun to like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large.
This tech talk is awesome, right? I think you want at least 50% of your players to interact with that end game. Oh, I think I would guess your numbers are way off. So like POE 1, every league, what percentage of people fight Maven? I doubt it's close to 50%. Or POE 2, what percentage of people face Arbiter? 50%? No way. Like, no way. If it was 10, honestly, if it was 10%, I'd be shocked. I'd probably put it like 1 to 5. 1 to 5 in that. Saying you want 50% of the entire player base to kill your pinnacle boss, I don't know if I agree with that. WTF, I fight Maven every league. Yes. Wait. N64 says 0.1%, maybe 1%, less than 1%. I'm positive it's less than 1%. Half the player base doesn't even get to T16 maps, let alone yellows. That's what I'm saying. I think if you interact with Twitch and YouTube and you watch streamers and follow S-tier meta progression build guides for long enough, you get a sense that like everybody is, plays or is like this. I guess I'm part of the 1%. Most people don't get to T10 maps. Yeah.
Large, you get the feeling of traveling hopping around between island chains.
That's really cool. Yeah. No, I'm excited. So prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the POE mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserved internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like, I hear that Mark has found people to, run.
How does it feel that I left you guys when we were already stretched? What a... Never mind.
An internal POE 1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself.
Yeah. So, obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things that...
I don't know. That question kind of came off like, are you guys surviving without me? I don't know. Maybe we're looking into it too much.
There's like a lot of this sort of company level stuff. You can honestly like not worry too much about it. And like most of it kind of goes away. Like I don't actually know that, like, okay, so there are probably...
That would have been hilarious. Oh, who left? I didn't even notice if he like sent a zinger back at him. It's like I stated, today is my first day ever clearing Act 4. I wonder how many people make it to Deep Space and TLI. I don't. 25% probably don't finish the campaign. I reached level 99 in about 2 weeks, and it's not really that hard. If you play this game and don't reach T16 and do Arbiter, you shouldn't be playing this game. Don't reach Arbiter.
Probably things that are getting left by the way, by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like sort of probably mattered. But honestly, like I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And like there are people who like do operations.
Sticky, I think you'd be shocked, dude. If right now you could somehow pull the stats, what percentage of the POE 2 player base, anybody that has ever played the game, has killed Arbiter? I think you'd be shocked with the number. I really mean that.
And things like that we can, that can handle things. But yeah, it's honestly not too bad. So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, like that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, like I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff. Because it would be really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like we're deciding to do things like ExileCon, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all these sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want to, like basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. Yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. I try to avoid
the ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game. So I'm probably the part that I like, the two things that I kind of work on the most, like in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work. Whereas Mark tends to be doing the things like doing league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding. But a lot of the time, like because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment-to-moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us like, I may have just like, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator. I remember that was actually like a power horse, that thing.
Actually,
like
there was remember that one.
A separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple, and doing that stuff is also good because you can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you've actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early. Because a lot of that stuff, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would, like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it. And
wait, what? Thanks for gatekeeping, POE. The only reason why I finished the TLI campaign was I already in maps before I knew it was over. I'm usually burnt out on PoE 2 at tier 4 maps. I mean, I didn't like EHG's state even. I mean, didn't like EHG even state that 5% reach empowered maps. I think it's 50% reach empowered now, but 7% meet Abby. I think that was season 3 stats. You have to consider everyone player logs in for a bit and then goes on with their life. I think there's a, I shouldn't say a large. I think a lot of people don't realize that a large swath of people that play these games play the campaign as the game. It's like you're playing God of War, right? It's like you're playing a Resident Evil. It's like you're like pick a game, like you're playing Fable, Zelda, where like you go through the story, you beat all the bosses, and then you know the story is done, you won. If you want to continue, go here. But like that's the completion part. It's just beating the campaign. Those are the ones that don't show up to the next league. Well, remember that the league mechanics are in the story and campaign, right? So even if they did show up, they get to interact with the new seasonal mechanic throughout the campaign because it's in there.
That meant that, like, because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it, you then, realize that, okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So I mean, that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround, and then actually budget time towards something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using...
Ooh, spreadsheets.
I'm losing a lot of geek points here. Using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down like it had a list of world areas.
I'm not doing some of that for full time.
How much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map. For that
Which is
one.
like the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And
So
that actually
angry.
it worked exactly like the Atlas one, actually.
I'm fine.
And that one
I'm
came in
not
handy
upset.
because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using.
Yeah. Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised. But have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's also other ExileCon planning going on. And we've got broadly, we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and the map system and stuff like things like that we need. So there's space planned out at ExileCon for that, but the exact mechanics of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with availability of humans to run it, because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like, it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row, they
well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus, we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again, because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons, is getting to talk to players who. The people who were fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helped that there were rumors that someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? Anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. There was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat at the event, but it did mean that he was able to get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as.
Now everybody's gonna do that. Where's Aaron's invite to ExileCon? Now they're RMTing it.
The other ones, and it was like a league launch.
What's up, Kiko?
Well, I can get you a
Texas?
t-shirt for the next ExileCon, Chris. You can at least go out for some of the time and get some
whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later, because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And as I said, probably be a little bit after 050, I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So Obviously, like you and I know how
You see DM's package from Blizzard? No.
leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for PoE 1. But these days, is the process of making a league for PoE 2 different than the way that we made it for PoE 1? Bearing in mind like how PoE 2 leagues get integrated into the end game, like are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be high in order to match with the rest of the game. So you kind of can't really half-ass it in the way that like maybe we would have, like some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff. And there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of 5 leagues in one release. Like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And as I said, just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? There's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. Budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early PoE 2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard that we've now effectively got.
How are things coming along? What's up, Frontier? Hello, sir. We are in interludes. I got my resistances maxed. I'm up to 10 snipers, 2,000 life, 600 energy shield. I'm feeling pretty damn good with my Necro Huntress.
For what a PoE 2 league needs to be. I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like to be honest, like the PoE 1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. Especially things like Settlers. So there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like, it's not like the mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balanced simulation in the sense of like, you need to work out like, what the right number of the holes is and like, how many, like stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood,
I've noticed.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance, because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like you wouldn't really be able to say like, obviously there's things like, you're going to need some uniques, right? You're going to need a pinnacle boss, you're going to need stuff like that. But like in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance.
So
it honestly makes it a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well that I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have is that, so I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like, we don't come up with like, here's a plan for like the next like, you know, years of content or whatever, and then like hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing, whatever. It's like everything we come up with that's cool, we just do it immediately. And like there's always more ideas that you can have, like if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because like, you know, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to, you know, like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future, you know, like it's actually really bad. So
another large action RPG.
Mephisto's dog. You fought Mephisto's dog. Now you gotta wait a year.
The franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like, you know, like you get all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. Yeah, it's just, I think it's important that like you see the goal, you get to the goal. So like
Chris
don't
was
do
ready.
Something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses, and then like you're gonna fight one of them in this expansion, and then you're gonna fight the second one in the next expansion, and that kind of stuff. Like you actually really want to, like if you're gonna do it, then just do them all at once, or don't do them, like, or don't even talk about the others or something, you know. Like it's okay to be like, here's one, and then like you don't know about the others at all, like they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing, but then later on there's more. But like don't really, I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like oh, you know, like I have to play later, I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, you know, we're in early access, we haven't finished the story because, you know, the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we can, wherever we don't need to.
Yeah. Your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on, I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the, you know, Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release. And if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, you know, beforehand, then you feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and you know, I mean, the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like part of the reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly like, I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. You know, the game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, you know, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, you know, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also a thing where if you are too, you know, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that? And do you think you've been successful at it?
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that okay, like, this isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is just like, well, this is a game that, you know, came out a decade ago. You know, like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think PoE 2 is necessarily, I mean, like, PoE 2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play PoE 2 over PoE 1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played PoE 1, I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really odd. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, PoE 2, it's a new getting on point. I can play it now. And like, I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I'm going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of, just from that alone. So I'm not like
he is not wrong as far as it's new. It's got pretty visuals. He's not wrong by that point.
I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, you know, because many people know about Path of Exile now, and the only reason they're not playing PoE 1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like, even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But, yeah, as I said, like, I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean, it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. You know, just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing, I use this example all the time, right? Like, the support gem system is just easier to deal with in PoE 2. But it's not like I wouldn't have done that in PoE 1, like, if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then, right? Like, it's just that, you know, we just didn't for whatever reason.
It's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it probably.
I don't think it takes a week, Chris, but
I have my mind back in the pre-301 era.
Sure.
But you have to futz with sockets quite a bit in order to have it be equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand, I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is, you know, something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE 2 has grown into is far bigger than both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE 2 is such a unique identity of itself. You know, it could have easily been PoE 1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today.
There, VC, I watched it. You didn't think I was ever going to watch it. I'm glad he made me watch it. That was a good interview. It was a good intro, Vu. I liked the intro. It was good. It was good. It's interesting when they're talking about marketing strategies and dropping games like on top of competitors. There's a lot that resonated there. Like, oh my gosh. Never seen Jonathan this balanced and toned down. Oh. He's talking to his road dog. They both have good chemistry. Well, how long have they been working together, right? All right. We beat Act 3, we beat Act 4, and we're going to beat this interlude. Dude, we almost got through the whole campaign. What an easy campaign, too. Quick, fast. No problem. like it is not till November, is it? Wait, is it? Oh, it's a question. I don't know. They haven't said anything. It only took 2 days. Yeah. I mean, we're still not done with it. These streams have not been that long. I think about like a launch day streaming 12 hours. I don't know. But then we're not going to have a 5-link sniper gem. It's going to take way longer on League stuff. It's going to take... I don't know. I almost feel like I need to run the campaign again, but now nothing. It's going to be rough. Actually, I guess maybe that's not true. Maybe the passive tree will help a lot. 20-hour streamer riot? No. I'm old, dude. I'm old. I got a wife and 4 kids. Not these young bucks. There's only one thing I still am struggling to understand. If you want to play minions or companions, I guess companions early on. Currently, the Huntress does not have access to a singular companion skill. Well, of course I'm going to get that amulet, though. That's part of the streamer client package. Depend on the patch notes with what changed. You have Tame Beast. I could have swore I looked at Tame Beast. It's like level 31. Or maybe that was Summon Wolf Pack. The minions can't walk in this door. All right, let's go this way. I literally can't kill that thing in there. Yeah, it's 31. There's also no minion notes. Yeah. So it's like, oh, I'm excited to play a minion Beastmaster Huntress. And there's nothing. There's no support. They are changing the past. That's basically what we're saying, is that we got to see what they do. To be honest, Werewolf Pounce is not much better. I don't know what the answer is. I just hope I don't get nerfed mid-lab. Wait. I hope you don't either. We'll have to wait and see. All right, is this damp? Now what? Oh, there's someone. I gotta find the warden. Oh, never mind. Warden done. Bolton Estate. Facebreaker Monk. It's going to be interesting. I know a lot of people are excited about the new gloves On beta release, I was playing a cast on freeze SSF, and I got to the second lab only to have my build interaction I was using nerfed, making me unable to complete it. It was a rough day. Was it like some S tier meta progression bug thing? Cast on freeze was OP. Cast on freeze. Guessing where I needed to go is right where that checkpoint is. I go this way. Here. I can feel myself getting to my POE limit today. Man, trying to find these doors is just, oh my gosh. All right, found it. Aaron's gonna do Spirit Walker Zoo build next league. I mean, I'm gonna play Spirit Walker. I don't know what it'll be. Maybe Dive Bomb, maybe RF Crows, Companions. I don't know. The goal right now is Cocaine Bear, but I'm a little nervous that it looks like Bear is only for utility, which sucks, but we'll see. Dude, I thought these interludes were supposed to be quick. I don't remember them taking this long. Giant bear boss we can make as a companion. You're saying a boss turn that into Cocaine Bear instead of the Summon Bear? Interludes are normally faster. I'm over an hour on this first one. And we're dead. Gosh. Okay, 4 hours. Dude, the minions like can't travel through these doors. They like shooting behind the walls. I go. Those are the stairs I came in. Interlude 1. Done. I think. Yeah. You made a lot of ground, right? Today I beat Act 3 and beat Act 4 and beat Interlude 1. Oops. Wait, no, I don't want to. This is the one that's like one big area. You gotta like follow the thing. It points places. Something like that. This is the Painlude. All right. Look at those tabs. I mean, there's nothing special. These are all old. Now that you have asynchronous trade, I need to redo all these. Can't wait for my tablet tab. Is that new? We're in the same boat. LE, TLI are my top two. But to be honest, D4 is slowly crawling up there. Already hit Torment 3 and having a blast. It's a Fragments tab. I see. That's what's coming with 0.5. Well, you're going to need that. So, that's good. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me today. How much do you think the tab will cost? I don't know. 10, 20 bucks. Isn't it always something like that? Unless you catch it on sale. Right? You got to catch them all. Ugh. About the same as a paid class. Always wait for the sales. I don't know what I spent on my tabs. I got all my tabs on sale. Much better than playing for classes. I mean, what's the difference? Like, they're both required, right? I don't know. Exactly. All right. Man, that was good progress today. It was only towards the end was I starting to lose it. Thanks for the great stream. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've been doing 4 to 6 hour streams for POE. Like, basically taking it in chunks that I could handle at a time, you know? Very nice. At least the tabs are permanent. They transfer from 1 to 2. That's true. Thanks for the great stream. You're very welcome. I'm sure the fun will show up soon, and then we'll have to pry you out of that chair. Well, I think one more day of POE. We're going to beat the campaign, and then we're going to basically focus on companions. I want to see how taming companions work. I just want to see how they function. So that's kind of my plan, is finish the campaign, fully spec into companions, and just see how they're fun, see how they operate, and kind of go from there. So that's the idea. Then we'll wait for the patch notes and see the update of the Huntress passive tree. And then it's the waiting game. All right. Who do we got out there? There's actually a decent amount of people streaming right now. Got it. All right. Hey, that's who I picked. Moxie. All right, everyone. I appreciate you all so much. Make sure you join the Discord, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.